So, alright, obligatory prefacing. Resident Evil is extremely mainstream. Extremely mainstream. Like, obviously, when it began, it was just a game like other games. Like, it was, like, sort of mainstream, like, as far as gaming was, but gaming itself was more niche. And even then, their other games were like comparably popular, had separate demographics like Doom and, you know, Castlevania and, there's other old games. Um, Wolfenstein, I don't know. I'm not gonna list them all. Anyway, um, but nowadays, Resident Evil is extremely mainstream. I am happy for them that they reach a broad audience and a lot of people get to enjoy the games and the studio gets good funding, obviously, if you couldn't tell by the quality. But at the same time, nothing is perfect and popularity has its downsides, right? It means that the community, the audience for Resident Evil games is incredibly normgroid, like, will opine about basically everything, but knows basically nothing. And that's the primary flaw. I think the other things are somewhat able to be compensated for, but yeah, the Resident Evil community is incredibly insufferable and annoying and not all of them. I'm not saying if you like Resident Evil. No. That's the point. The point is that everyone likes Resident Evil, you know, and among everyone there's good and bad. Anyway, if you come find this stream by chance and you are a normie, refrain from speaking. Second obligatory prefacing. Yes, the graphics are very good. I will showcase them. I'll probably be silent looking around for the cinema. And specifically, the graphics are very good. And again, we're playing this on a console on PS5. There's, for some reason, a strange amount of people who think that consoles cannot handle high graphics. I don't know why that is. Consoles do have not only limitations, but they have a lot of downsides, a growing amount of downsides these days. In fact, uh, I mean, it's a growing amount of downsides and a diminishing amount of upsides. So it's bad on both fronts, like you're getting more of what you don't want and less of what you do want. Um, Now than in the past. But handling good-looking graphics is not one of them. Like, I don't really know how Xbox handles everything. I've owned an Xbox, but I haven't owned like multiple generations of them to compare against each other. And I don't know the specs of the hardware. And I'm not really a computer guy in general. But we know that it looks good on a PS5, a regular PS5, not PS5 Pro or anything. And I'm sure it does look better on high-end PCs. I'm sure it does. I'm not saying that it is just as good, but I'm saying within the margin of, you know, this looks good and it could look better, but would you actually give a shit if it looked like 1%, 5%, 10%, 20% even maybe sharper if it's already really sharp, you know? Like if you had a knife that could cut through like the end of a hair, like it could split a hair on, lengthwise. Would you care if it's 20% sharper than that? Like it's already really sharp, you know? Would you even be able to perceive it? Would you even be able to notice it without like one of those sharpness testers where it's like a little like a thin cable thingy and it breaks at certain amount of force applied to it? Probably not. It's intangible. But we'll be admiring some of the graphics, the animations, but I'm really not here to talk about Resident Evil as like Resident Evil. I'm not here to talk about it as itself, as a horror game. Uh, I'm not here to talk about it as a story game. I don't think people would think of it as an RPG, but like technically you're role playing as, you know, Leon and Grace. It's not like you can assume other characters' roles or like do your own thing, like make your own character or whatever. Anyway, we're not gonna be really focusing on it like that. And this gameplay is just gonna be in the background, so I may lose my train of thought and pause and ramble. Need to get all of this out of the way beforehand. But we're looking at this as an FPS game, and more specifically in relation to Hunt Showdown, but not limited to that, but just primarily primarily in the context of Hunt Showdown. And then, we smell the roses, admire the daisies along the way, like the little animations and, you know, other stuff. But, and also, I'm playing Leon Must Die Forever, which means that I finished the game, which means that don't watch this if you have not played it and you are trying to protect yourself from spoilers, which I recommend you do. Spoilers do kind of spoil things, it's not, it's really not as good, the second time. It's still really good, but like the first time is gonna be memorable, and it's not gonna be memorable if you just like watch it. Um, and I also may mention aspects of the story briefly because I don't want to make a second video talking about Resident Evil 9 as a story game or as a Resident Evil game or as a horror game or anything else. So as we go, as it comes to mind, I'll mention probably certain aspects of the story, especially like concerning like the endings and shit probably. But I think that's all we have to do. So, your spoiler alerts and disclaimers out of the way. I'm pretty sure that's all that we have to do. I mean, I guess disclaimer, I may die. The gameplay might be not that good. I did show that I completed the first Leon Must Die Forever without dying, because you saw that I don't have any progress on the challenge for dying 3 times, but I do have rank 2 unlocked that we're doing right now. I don't think that's really a great accomplishment, but I showed it anyway because I can. But that I think Ethan Must Die Forever in Resident Evil 7 is like way harder. I did try that and I did die every time and I never got really far. But these kind of things don't really interest me anyway with like everything super randomized. I think this one's more entertaining because you start with some weapons and Leon can fight more than Ethan can, and it gives me a better chance to show off like the animations I was talking about and the combat because we're looking at Resident Evil 9 as an FPS game, not as a horror game, so we're focused on like what is the combat like and things that Hunt Showdown could do better and stuff like that. And other games in general, like all FPS games. So there's that, and then like I guess not wasting ammo. It's not like you really run out of ammo unless you play like on Insanity maybe or something. I don't know. I had ammo like the entire time, even after like boss fights. I had ammo. Um, which is actually nice. I do think obviously it's more scary if you don't have ammo, but I don't think that that really mixes that well with like having a weapon. Like, for instance, in Amnesia Bunker, you have a weapon, but you get very limited amounts of ammo, and like you can only kill like the non-pursuing enemies. Uh, I don't know. I think in Amnesia Bunker, it's like it's permissible at that level, but I think generally it's difficult to balance. Because, I mean, after I played Amnesia Bunker, I think this is the simplest way to summarize it. After I played Amnesia Bunker, I wished that there was a different difficulty where you got more ammo, but maybe the monster followed you more. Like maybe the monster was more aggressive, but you in trade got more ammo. That's what I wanted after playing it the first time. And what I'm trying to get at is that when you have weapons, but you only let people use them like 10 times in the story because you only give them like 10 bullets, it's not very satisfactory. It leaves a lot to be desired. And you could split it into difficulties. You could make the first playthrough like, oh, you get nothing. It's so bare bones. It's so gripping. It's so tantalizing, and you know makes you paralyzed in fear. And then your second playthrough is like, all right, now time to kick everyone's ass. You could do that. I think that is plausible. Again, I think Amnesia Bunker is a good game. I think they could have done more with it, not just in the ammo situation, but in others. Um, but I think that you kind of have to is really the bottom line. You know what I'm ultimately alluding to is that people will just think of like, oh, I wish the game had this. I wish the game had X, Y, and Z. And if you make a really good game, but that's the primary thing that people think of is like, I wish it had this. It could be a really great game, but the feeling of like, it's not missing out, but it's not FOMO, but it's like, it's like, you know, just unsatisfied fully. I don't know. I don't know how to make this not inappropriate, but like being edged, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. It's fucking it's not it's not gonna get people to play your game, you know? Like you don't want to make a game that's like 99% perfect but 1% total dog shit because that will piss people off like a lot. And people will play it for sure just because they'll play it, you know. But the bar is in hell. If that's your standard, you like you have to look inward, you know. There's something wrong with you. What you have to realize is that you think you're winning because people are gonna play your game, but eventually they're gonna get fed up and they're just gonna leave. And that's the story of like Rainbow Six Siege, that's the story of like Warzone, that's the story of like Blackout and several other games is like, alright, they started with something good and then the direction they took just kept getting worse and worse and worse. The things that they added to it really took away from the gameplay rather than improving it. And eventually the flaws just become so bad that even though 80% of the time that you play the game you have a great time, you have memorable moments, you and your friends kick everyone's ass and you have a glorious victory. That 20% where it's like, "Oh, I did everything right and this guy still won." That is going to severely piss people off and they will walk away from your game and never look back. Literally never look back. The current gen port for Black Ops 1 and Black Ops 2 came out recently, like a few months ago. I looked at it, but even for fucking $10 for the game and $10 for the DLCs, buddy, you're a day late and $1 short. Number one, this is like number one. Don't you see that it's like Goyslop? Don't you see that it's like they saw they looked at their history of game sales and they were like, well, when we made Modern Warfare Remastered and we sold it in a bundle with Advanced Warfare, that boosted the sales of Advanced Warfare and the player base, the population on Modern Warfare Remastered was very comparable and eventually overtook Advanced Warfare at the end of its life. Perhaps even a little bit before the end of its life. But I guarantee you, you get on Modern Warfare Remastered right now, there's probably one lobby, at least. But if you get on Advanced Warfare, there's probably like basically no one. Or either that or like the scale is a little different. Like if you get on Modern Warfare Remastered right now, there's like 5 lobbies. But if you get on Advanced Warfare, there's one. But it's gonna be something like that. Guarantee it. It always is. Um, but anyway, they looked at that and they were like, you know, we could do that shit again. We could do that shit again. We could sell them the game that we already sold them, and they'll just buy it. And we don't even have to make it remastered. We don't have to rebuild anything. We can just do a straight port where it's just like the exact same thing, no upscaled graphics or anything. No, you know, none of the quality. We could just like bring it over. And by the way, these games were playable. They already like the originals were playable on there's a PlayStation app, like a subscription service that lets you play like older games, and I I'm pretty sure on Xbox there's another thing, and then on PC obviously it's never changed. Like you can have a new PC and play old games. But and then they didn't even add crossplay. Like, again, like they straight ported it. They straight ported it with no new features at all. No, no, not an ounce of effort, you know, just to get you to pay money again. It's like, I mean, like you can, just be like, $10 is nothing to me. It's like 5 minutes of being at your job or whatever. It's like, okay, sure. But I mean, there's a feeling of like being being a blood bank for someone, I suppose, in the light of Resident Evil, right? Being a cash cow, uh, a whale, you know, for someone else, or I suppose the product. Theoretically the product would be the cash cow, but I mean realistically they're milking you. Like you're the one who keeps buying the games year after year. I don't know. It is what it is. It is what it is. They could both be cows, but I don't know. If you ask me, it's like it's an object. You're kind of the cow in the situation. But anyway, there's a feeling of like I'm kind of just being used, and it's like it depends obviously is on what you allow, like with women, like is it an attractive guy or is it an ugly guy? I mean just being honest, right? That's just how it works, unfortunately. But I don't know. In my opinion, it's an ugly guy. I mean, it's they were fun games for sure. I mean, Black Ops 1 is essentially like peak. But you're gonna play it and it's not gonna be the same as it was when you were fucking 16, bro. You know, like you had different friends back then, probably more friends back then, and I'm not making fun of you, you know, everyone. Um, you're not gonna have, I mean, you could add everyone, you know, maybe try to recreate the old times or whatever. But the same friends are probably not, you know, they're probably not gonna play multiplayer with you all day and then play zombies with you all night. They're probably not, you know. You're grown up now, they're grown up now. We're all adults, we all have stuff to do. Sad reality, right? You know, maybe if you're a woman, but I mean, if you're a woman, who even gives a shit? Anyway, um, it's not gonna be the same. So, like, see past the rose-tinted nostalgia glasses and realize that you're paying for kind of like a mirage, you know, the illusion of giving you what you want, but it's not something that you can actually possess. And it's not even really close, you know. If it had crossplay, if it had if it had the care that Modern Warfare Remastered had and has, I guess. Besides the crazy bullshit like full auto shotgun and stuff like that, you know, besides that shit. If it had the genuine care that Modern Warfare Remastered, at least you could tell yourself it's like, you know, you're getting a little better experience in some ways, even though it's worse in some others. At least you could be like, hey, it's kind of unique, it's kind of new, even though it's the same old game. It's kind of new in the sense that, you know, everything looks nicer and whatnot. But you can't even say that. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. It may be worth it to some people, but in my opinion, you have to try a little bit harder to buy me. You know, you gotta try a little bit harder. Like, if it was like Modern Warfare Remastered and it was, you know, $10 for the game, $10 for DLC, sure. But you gotta try a little bit harder. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And then we're probably never going to get World at War Remastered. I'm just gonna say that right now. Like, it's not related to the stream. It's not related to anything that we're talking about really besides remasters of Call of Duty. But give me 1 second. Yeah, we're probably never gonna get World at War remastered. Like, honestly, I mean, number one, the Nazi symbolry, and then number two, and I'm not saying that these are valid reasons by any means, but um, number two, the level of like gore and stuff like that. Black Ops, Black Ops 4, I'm pretty sure it had gore, like, to some degree. I swear, like, you were able, yeah, you totally were. I remember it now. I'm thinking back. If you had an RCXD and you drove it into someone, their limbs would come off. So, Black Ops 4 had gore, so maybe not even the gore part, but it didn't have everything. I don't. Black Ops 4 didn't have like death screams. Like I'm pretty sure when you died, you just died. Like I don't even know if there was like any vocal sound at all. Um, World at War had like death screams, which weren't even realistic, by the way. Like it's like I don't know. People are so afraid. It's like eh, that's it's one of the great things about Resident Evil and like Postal and a few rather other games that really pushed the boundaries. Doom kinda, I guess, pushed some boundaries. GTA obviously did, but like people, especially like the normie people who play like Call of Duty and Resident Evil, yeah, I don't they I don't think people consider like how long a person like writhes in pain after being shot, like when they're unable to fight back, but they're not dead yet, you know? And like the sounds that they make while they're alive, but dying, how long it lasts. Like I don't know, like in Hunt Showdown when you're on fire, you don't fucking your character doesn't scream or anything, but like I don't know, man. It's kind of crazy to me that you don't even like flinch from it. Like fire ammo and fire in general does not need to be any stronger in that game. I think that's the primary reason, most likely. But I don't know. Hunt Showdown is actually an oddity in that sense. Like the gore for the zombies is it's not like crazy, but it's like there, it's present. If you shoot any zombie in the head with a shotgun, the entire head comes off. Um, if you shoot them with compact ammo in the head, I don't think it breaks apart all the time. Um, but there's no gore with like the other hunters. Like, I guess, man. I don't know. I guess it is an oddity. Anyway, I said this would be rambly. What I wanted to say is just I really think not only are we not getting World at War remastered, I think that they want to brush World at War under the rug. I think that they want people to not remember World at War. I think that they want people to forget about World at War. Um, I mean, just looking at it, I don't think it's the death screams alone. I don't think it's. I think it's primarily the Nazi and uh, Imperial Japan symbolry that that they are running away from. You know, the investors. Anyway, where were we? We're talking about Modern Warfare Remastered. Is it worth it? I don't know. Fuck, I can't remember. There was something tied to where we fucking gone here from. Yeah, I can't remember. Fuck. Anyway, let's just talk about the fucking the good shit about Resident Evil 9 and Resident Evil in general. Um, like the really important shit that I wish would translate onto other games. I wish that other games would observe and like implement into their shit, you know? And we're looking at the first one. We've been looking at it for the last few minutes. Having a run by default setting is really huge for any game that is related to PvP combat. Again, we're looking at Resident Evil 9 in the context of being an FPS game, not as a single player horror game. If you could, if you had this in Hunt Showdown, that would make the entire player base like just more skilled, probably. Like it would in a good way, it would make people more difficult to kill. And why is that a good thing? It's different from like having a slow TTK. That's bad. The reason this is good is because it improves the overall gameplay. It would be like like the virtue of the fact that any person, any hunter can be killed with a headshot from any distance allows the I mean anyone, you know, to do that. You don't need a certain trait or skill level or anything. You don't need certain strategies. You're unlimited in that sense. And having walk be the default movement is very softly limiting. You know, obviously people play the game fine just the way it is right now. But It would speed a lot of things up, and usually the first thing that people do in like close quarters is not walk around. I mean, if you look at like the high skill players, the high MMR combat, they're not walking around like aimed, you know. They aim briefly when they expect someone, but like I mean, and they'll walk around aimed when they're like looking for someone, you know. They heard someone move like briefly, but they don't know exactly where. Like if someone's in stealth and they're trying to find them. That's when you raise your gun and wave it around, you know, aim into corners expecting someone to be there. That's when, you know, you scan. Not dark sight scan, but like scan for threats, you know, like I would just say I would say weapon pointed, you know, like not low ready or high ready or anything, but like weapon pointed, you know, expecting expecting some hostile, expecting to, you know, actually shoot someone, but not pre-firing necessarily. But when you're not trying to like find someone in stealth, like when you are tracking the enemy, you know, you're fighting someone who's not trying to sneak around. You're just trying to catch them off guard. You're trying to like do various things outside of like devoted stealth. Why would you? You know, why would you have your shit aimed like all the time? It doesn't make any sense. That's why like for the last like few months I play with lowered. It's better. It's better for several reasons. Your gun doesn't cover your screens as much. It's the obvious reason. I won't even say it's the primary reason. It's just the most ostensible, you know, it's the most abundantly clear. But I actually think the primary reason is your gun being on screen is kind of like not even important, you know? Like not only does it cover less of the screen, but like you are doing other things, you know, that there is other objectives and there's other sub-objectives and you have a list of things that you're trying to do besides just shoot people. Like maybe you're looking for a med kit, maybe you're looking for something, some piece of equipment or whatever it is. Um, you have to do other things. Uh, and I think that there's an element of when you raise your weapon, it helps. It helps that like uh, the animations, like it guides your aim onto things, and like we can probably no, maybe not. I mean, I don't know. Oh. It's right there, is it not? Yeah. I mean, all of the aim assist shit is turned off. It has been turned off. It will remain turned off. I never use aim assist, but it's important to understand that aim assist is like a crutch. Number one, I mean it's a crutch and it's like it's more than a crutch. It's worse than a crutch. At least with a like when you literally walk with a crutch, you are walking. You're still like lifting yourself. It's just not fully with your legs, you know? Like it's with one leg and then your shoulders. But you are still like transporting yourself. Aim assist is like a fucking mobility scooter. Not it's not a crutch. Like even in that sense it's worse. But if these things were better polished, if they were better designed, uh aim assist and things like that would likely not even be commonplace or perhaps exist at all. That second part is a little bit wishful thinking. Of course there's gonna be some bad ones that ruin things no matter what. But it probably wouldn't be widespread. Like I don't think the fucking Nintendo Wii ever had aim assist. Like how the fuck, you know? It's just different systems, more conducive to translating your ability into your in-game abilities. Um, anyway, back to this. If you look at any of the high MMR in Hunchuda, they're only like walking around gun up. When they're looking for someone that they don't exactly know where he is, he's trying to do some weird stealth shit. He stopped moving. He's trying to like catch someone off guard by just like standing still, not making any sound. Something along those lines. The rest of the time, you're shooting and running. Like, putting gun down at the low port ready, down and to the left as a right hand person. And you're moving, you know? And I mean it just cuts out that split second of like delay unnecessarily. And it also makes for a better system because as it is right now in Hunt Showdown, to use to use like the low ready on Gunslinger, you need to you hold weapon swap and it will lower your weapon, and then you can choose if you want it to be lowered until you raise it, until you aim, and then it'll stay up, or you can have it go back down. So you aim and raise it, and then it goes back down afterwards. So you got two settings. If your default movement was running instead of walking, then you wouldn't even need that. You could just have you could just have your gun come up to shoulder aim, point shooting, or hip firing. Um, in the case of like fanning or levering. But you could have your gun come to shoulder aim anytime that you walk, because you would be pressing the button to walk. Your default would be run, so your gun would remain lowered until you either aim down the sight with the left trigger on controller, or whatever you set it to if you rebind with like third-party measures, because it doesn't let you rebind in game. But as soon as you aim, you actually do aim down the sight, just like it is now. When you have your weapon lowered, as soon as you press left trigger, you're gonna use the sights, and then as soon as you let go, it'll go back down to the ready. And that's the position it's in when you sprint anyway. Anytime that you run, regardless of whether you have your weapon lowered or whether you play on gunslinger or hunter, doesn't matter. Your weapon is always lowered when you sprint. So, if the default was sprint, then your weapon would just lower as soon as you let go of ADS. As soon as you and then it would remain lowered because you're just gonna be in running mode, you know? And then as soon as you want to start walking, it would raise, which is like that's ideal as opposed to the way it is now where you walk all the time, but your weapon is still lowered. And you have to raise it or toggle the lowered state by holding weapon swap, which you have to remove your thumb from the aim stick, the right stick, to do. So it's not feasible for you to do this like in the middle of fighting. There's no what I'm saying is that there's no benefit to walking around with your gun down. The only reason that you walk is basically to have your gun up, to try and lever someone, to try fan fire someone, to try hip fire someone. That's the only reason that you do it. So you might as well have this where your gun comes up as soon as you start walking, seeing as that's what you're intending to do anyway. And then obviously there could be a legacy carryover where if you don't like this new setting, you can have it the old way. If you have some crazy niche idea that you love to walk around with your gun lowered and you don't want people to see the end of the barrel and pre-fire you or whatever, even though you shouldn't be in those situations. You shouldn't be so close to the corner that people can see your gun anyway. You shouldn't be so close to windows typically that your gun sticks out. Doorways. That's avoidable. That's generally inadvisable. Um, you, you kind of, causing your own problems. But if that is your concern, You let them have it, let them have a setting where they walk by default, or they keep lowered state when they press walk, or whatever, some way of doing it. But for everyone else, the only time you ever fucking walk is when you are like anticipating someone real close around the corner. So you can't sprint. I mean, you could sprint, but you're not gonna get your gun fast enough. You're really focused on this guy. He's right around the corner. You want to kill him with like levering or fan fire or just shoulder fire with a shotgun or something. Or maybe you shot him already and you're just trying to get like a hit anywhere, like a body shot. That's the only time that you walk. And that's the only time that you really want to shoulder fire. I mean, you flat out can't do it when you're sprinting. You can't be shoulder firing your gun while you sprint. It's not a thing. And there's not like a third means of travel or anything. So it's like there's not really any argument against it. Anyway, I think that's probably enough. This is not the first game to have uh run by default, but it is in this game, which is nice to talk about it. It's actually ironically not. I actually don't use it in this game because the zombies do listen, and I'm not a speedrunner. Like, I will try and get like an S rank, periodically, but I'm not a speedrunner, and it's not competitive outside of speedrunning. And so, again, like, in this specific context, it's not, I don't even use it, and it's not particularly beneficial, but in the context of FPS games, like competitive ones with multiplayer, ones where you win or lose against someone else, potentially lose an investment, a time investment, like a character or equipment. Within those parameters, run by default makes a huge amount of sense. This is actually like, I mean, maybe some like Neanderthals prefer to hold the run button the entire fucking time, but like this is an activity that you can only do with like bad button mapping. Like if you actually use like the default button mapping where your running button is just this, it's pressing the movement stick in, then sure, you could hold it to run and then let go of it when you want to stop running. But number one, that would be the same delay that you're still pressing the button. So it's not like that's any like faster or more responsive than what we just talked about. Like imagine a scenario, you're like You see a guy around the corner, you down him, and then you're gonna run away. You're still gonna you're still gonna press the stick in the direction that you want, and you're gonna press the run, like clicking the stick in. You're just gonna hold it the entire time instead of pressing it once to toggle it. Like that's not gonna substitute run by default. And it's not plausible to do this on other like control schemes. Like for me, running is right bumper. Hey, is it? No, jumping is right bumper. Fucking what the fuck am I saying? Fuck me. God damn it. It used to be though. It did used to be right bumper. Um, I think it's left bumper. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. But it's not a stick because it doesn't particularly need to be, and it wears them out every time you like jab them because you're like under pressure and you're trying to run as fast as possible. And there's other things that I'd rather L3 R3 be. And I would also recommend that for other people. But this I actually do usually switch this to hold because again it makes your shit last longer. It reduces wear on your controller. I didn't for playing this game because again, it's like it's not like a big deal. There's like few moments that you even have to do this, and they're kind of like somewhat avoidable. Like there's probably a couple that are scripted, but it's not a big deal because there's like only a couple moments, and I don't think my controller's gonna die from like pressing it 10 times in a instance over the course of like a few playthroughs or whatever. But this is relevant to Hunt Showdown because instead of holding interact to open things like crankgates and to revive people and stuff like that, it would be highly preferable to press interact to do that and to hold, because it's always the same button, you can't split them, to hold the button to reload your weapon. If I could fucking if I could hold to reload and press for every interaction, like if there's a shovel on the ground and I need to throw it behind me to stop someone from chasing me, or revive someone or put out a fire or whatever the case is. Keep the time. I'm not saying do these things instantly. Keep the time that it takes to do all these actions exactly the same. But please let me only reload when I hold the button and only interact when I press the button. Because the amount of times that I've wanted to reload but instead been next to a window, like every single time that you shoot from any of the little sniper towers, the hunting stands, anytime that you shoot from them, you're gonna close the window and open it repeatedly unless you look at the ceiling or look at the ground and specific or not the ground, but like the floor of the tower away from the ladder and also away from whatever's on the shelf. You literally have to look at like certain spots to use the tower at all. It is so beyond retarded. Please let people hold to reload and press to interact. That would be a huge change. Again, I have to make this because of how many like sizable changes there are just in quality of life alone, just that also just happen to be in this game that I like. If it was just one, it's like, okay, I'm not gonna make a stream talking about it for one fucking setting, you know. But it's so much shit here. And we'll have background gameplay as soon as we exit the menus, but like there's more to talk about here. This shit doesn't really matter. I don't even know what's changing, to be honest. What the fuck? Set the control type to default or choose a custom layout. Oh. So I see what it is. You're able to set your own custom. Okay. I didn't even fucking know that. I didn't even know that. What the hell? But this is the shit. This is the shit that I'm fucking talking about. They allow look. So we can make this whatever the fuck we want to make it. See how we can assign it to whatever, you know? And then we can reset it if we don't like. But it lets you set two different control schemes in the game. And again, this is a single player, non-competitive game. All right, every game has like speed runners and stuff like that. That's obviously competitive if you're going for a world record. I'm not talking about that. No one is talking about that when they refer to a game as casual or competitive. We're not saying that all aspects are casual or all aspects are competitive. We're just saying generally, you know? Like Minecraft is generally a casual game. It's generally not competitive, even though people play competitive games on it. Anyway, because I know someone's probably gonna say that if they see this fucking kind of shit mentioned. But, this is a casual game. It's a non-competitive game. And it lets you set your own bindings, specifically two of them. Hunt Showdown doesn't even let you set one of them. On PC, you can rebind keys, and you can split vault and jump, but you can't do that on console, even though it's totally plausible. No, you don't run out of keys. You can. The Hunter control scheme has duplicate buttons. The Hunter control scheme, when you press R2, the trigger, the right trigger, When you press that and your weapon is lowered, you execute a melee attack. When you press that and your weapon is raised, your character fires the weapon. But Hunter Control Scheme also has a dedicated melee button where if you press that button, you always execute a melee attack. I don't know why. I don't know why when the trigger acts as a melee button already, just depending on what you're doing. But they do. And there's other ways to shrink the keybinds down that we're going to talk about as soon as we start actually playing. There's other ways that this game and Resident Evil 4 and others um utilize to shrink the keybinds down. But this literally gives you multiple multiple control schemes that you can. You can set to whatever you want them to be. Specifically, there's no jump, so it's like kind of pointless to fucking do anything with that. I'm trying to remember like my actual fucking controls in the context of Hunt Showdown. See, I guess that actually makes sense. Fine. Oh, that's interesting. Hunt Showdown could use a quick turn mechanic. I don't think it's super necessary, but I wouldn't be opposed to them adding it. I would say generally it's like probably better to not use them. I don't think it's like bad to implement, assuming you're not wasting like an important keybind for it. Like one of your like primary buttons, like triggers, bumpers, sticks, that shit shouldn't be wasted on quick turn, but like I don't think it's a big deal otherwise if you have like, something to. This actually ironically makes more sense for me. I didn't even like I didn't even particularly. I only just realized that just now. Ironically, that makes more sense though. R3 for me is actually L3, so the quick turn now is literally just pressing like down and dragging the stick down in in one motion. It's just the quick turn. It's ironically actually a good like bind for any game having quick turn just to have that. But anyway, um, this shit is like, I do like these, but it's not like important to talk about. This is a big thing. Look, like you can adjust the dead zone, and again, this is a non-competitive game, so like the the fucking operating system already is gonna let you. It's already gonna let you adjust the dead zone. All right. So like PlayStation, Xbox, the actual the actual Xbox software, the PlayStation software, and whatever software you use for implementing a controller on PC, whatever you choose, there's multiple of them. And Steam has one as well. All of those already let you change the dead zone, and then in the game, on top of that, you can make it different for different games if you wanted to. This is not a big deal, and it's not like Hunt Showdown doesn't let you do that. Hunt Showdown does let you do that. The problem is that Hunt Showdown Dead Zone is like not circular, so when you move your stick up into a direction, but it's not like 45-degree angle like this, it's like mostly this way, it will cancel out your verticality. If you have the stick going like this, where it's almost directly to the right, but not. It's 1 degree up. It will just eliminate the verticality entirely, even if you wanted it to be 1 degree up. Even if the guy's head you were holding shoulder height, so you have to raise it up to get a headshot, it will just eliminate your shit. Now this goes away if you do a big motion. I'm only doing a big motion here to make it apparent on the screen. If you So it only really applies if you're doing fine aim, but that makes it even worse essentially because like that's the only time that you do give a shit. For the big motions, I suppose you could literally eliminate people's, like, you know, their other axis of motion, and it probably wouldn't affect the gameplay that much, you know? Like, if you're doing a big movement like this to turn around, you could just make it, like, rotating only on one axis, even though I'm going slightly up as well. And it wouldn't change the gameplay that much. It might even help people, ironically. But when you eliminate it in like the small movements, you are literally just fucking with people's aim. Like people don't make movements small like this because they want to turn around, and they don't make small movements like this because they want it to be like inaccurate. You know, they are trying their hardest to make it accurate, and you're making it less accurate by removing part of their fucking like part of their movement. Anyway, um the main point is that Resident Evil features this, and again, it's a casual fucking game, and it has different sensitivities that you can implement as well. It has different sensitivity curves that they, even though really this has nothing to do with sensitivity. It's as sensitive no matter what, you know. This is really referring to input ratio or turn speed. It has nothing to do with how sensitive or desensitized it is. But it has it, and it's a casual fucking game. Like, they literally did not have to go this hard, but they did just for the hell of it. Meanwhile, Hunt Showdown since 20, I guess we'll call it 2019, because it came to console afterwards. So for 7 years on console, 8 years in total, Hunt Showdown hasn't implemented any of these. You know, I mean, like you can change the dead zone, but it doesn't solve the issue, and that's not really, that was just an example of them doing something unnecessary in this game. I'm not talking about, oh, I wish they would allow you to fuck with like the degree of the dead zone in Hunt Showdown. But Hunt Showdown doesn't have it has like what, three of these, but you can't actually manipulate the actual, you can't like make it curve sharper or less sharp, which, that's kind of what people want to do, and I say kind of as in that's literally what people want to do, you know. That's what people care about, that's what people give a fuck about. Yes, there are people who want these other sensitivity curves, but they also want to like change them, you know. They also want this curve to be more this way or that way, and this one, same things. And by the way, because I don't want to make a separate video, standard Standard might be more accurately named modern standard. Is the standard for modern FPS games. The original standard was obviously linear, but linear is also obviously dog shit because on the low end, you would have to move your stick 1% to like to make a fine movement, but your movement on screen at 1% would be like still fairly huge. So you can only make crude movements. I'm not gonna go into depth as to how bad it is because I can't demonstrate it without like playing with them or illustrating it, but what I wanted to talk about, or briefly mention at least, is we moved to exponential curve, and then we called it standard. And the reason that we like this using controller is that it it makes your fine inputs finer. It makes your small inputs smaller, and um, it makes your medium inputs a little bit smaller, and it gradually builds in a consistent way that you're able to easily accommodate with your like coordination, your hand-eye coordination, you know. Um, and we call that standard, but nowadays even a lot of games have like this reverse S curve they call it. Um, Actually, I wouldn't say that they call this one. A lot of games have one that looks more like this. A lot of modern games have one that looks a little bit more like this. Or it looks like it looks like a cross between this one and this one, where it's like from left to right on this graph. You see there's a little graph behind the line. Um, if we keep the first like five little squares from the left and then build into the rest of this, like from there on towards the right, and then at the far right side, if we cut off the last two squares and we make the line just peak at the uh the third to last square, if you can imagine that, visualize it. A lot of games have that. They call it reverse S curve. The reason that we ever standardized on exponential curve, which is this one right here, is literally uh essentially to do that. Like nobody actually cares about the last 10% of the stick range. If you just end it earlier, it means that whenever you go to turn, you just reach the maximum speed faster. So if you turn that down, like if you turn the maximum if you turn the maximum dead zone down on the stick, like if you tell the input system to just consider your input at 100% when you reach 80% of the movement, it will essentially be like this reverse S curve that we were describing earlier that many modern games have now. Obviously, it's not going to be exact, but the point of it is that the point of it is to have a conceptual understanding of like what are you attempting to do with the so-called sensitivity curve? What are you attempting to allow players to do with the aim input ratio that you implement in your games? Because remember, like 10 years ago, 20 years ago, definitely 20 years ago, maybe like 15 years ago, I would say maybe like 10 years ago, games started to change. But 15, 20 years ago, games only came with one sensitivity curve type. Games only came with one input ratio in them. Whatever the curve was, if it was linear, like Hunt Showdown was when Crytek paid another company to port it to console, um, which many game companies do. They're not especially bad in that aspect. I wish they did it themselves. Eventually you know, they did eventually go back and do everything themselves. But um, back 15 years, 20 years, games only had one of these input ratios. So we're trying to build an understanding of like if you had to only have one, obviously it's better to have options. It's better to give people options so that they can enjoy things the way that they're able to. Maybe they have a handicap. I have a handicap. Maybe maybe they are just used to a certain way even though I would thoroughly recommend that people never use that term against themselves. The idea that you're used to a way so much that you're unable to adapt. You're a one-trick pony. I think that is incredibly weak. I think that you are hurting yourself essentially. It's just not like a physical pain. It's a I'm gonna keep doing this even though I know it's inferior, even though I know I could be having a better time, I could be happier, I could be more capable in game, which would reflect more victories, more wins, more satisfaction playing said game if I did adapt to something better. I don't know, man. Think about it. But um, the point of it is, if you had to only have one, can't choose multiple. If you had to commit to one, which would you do? I mean, that's the obvious question that you knew was coming. But before you can answer that, at least like look at what have other people chose and why. Why did they choose that? And the the uh the thing that people are after with this reverse S curve, or you'll see it called dynamic curve because it changes from a low sensitivity quote. Again, this is not actually changing how sensitive anything is. This is changing the turn speed. This is changing the input ratio. It's going to be decelerated at the lower percentages and accelerated at the higher percentages. It's affecting the turn speed, not not how sensitive anything is. Sensitivity would more accurately be applied to dead zone than it is to turn speed, but for some reason people use the term and it caught on and no one ever corrected it. I am correcting it for the record though. But you'll see it called dynamic. You'll see it called reverse S curve. Why why is it showing up in games? What is the purpose of it? Why would some player choose to use dynamic reverse S curve? Again, dynamic because it's changing the turn speed. As opposed to static where the turn speed is just the same. The only thing that is really static here is the linear one, where it's just a matter of addition. You move the stick 1%, whatever 1% translates to, like 1 pixel per second to the left. That's that's how fast it's gonna move, or 10 pixels, or whatever it is. But why would a player choose this one? It's because they want to have fine aiming, accurate, small, precise, consistent, reliable, tiny movements. Tiny but accurate movements. Like threading a needle tiny, you know? Tiny and accurate. On the low end, like when they move their stick between like 1 and 5%. And then on the high end, they just want to get there in a jiffy. They just want to get there as fast as possible. So on the high end, the last, 20% is either already maxed out or it's reaching maximum so quickly that you wouldn't even be able to you know, you wouldn't be able to do anything like uh you wouldn't be able to perceive a difference, like between like 87% and 90%. It's just moving so fast that it's not like you could aim at anyone. That's just for literally. You're facing the wrong way in a game. Some guy makes a noise behind you and you have to turn around real quick. The idea of this is to use 80% of the entire stick range for finer aiming, and then use the last like 20% or whatever to just like turn around quick. And that essentially is the same I mean, that's what everyone wants to do, but that's not achievable with linear. That's not achievable with analog. That's not like you can do that with this one, but on the very low end, you're gonna be just fucked. Like, you're not gonna be able to do like the really fine movements. You'll have like somewhat control in the middle, but the middle movements don't even really matter anyway. Like middle in the y-axis there, not middle on the x-axis. Like in this graph, why is the input like the on screen? I suppose the output in this case. Um, and then the x-axis is the stick input. So the y is the output. That's your actual movement on screen, how fast you're turning. And the x-axis is your input, how far you're moving the stick. What I'm saying is that on the y-axis, in the middle, that shit doesn't really matter that much. You can see, like, if you're not familiar with graphs, you don't remember from school or whatever, the y-axis is split into thirds. The x-axis is the one horizontally on the bottom, split into like 10 or something. I'm not counting all those squares. In that middle third on the y-axis, nobody really gives a fuck. That's not important for aiming. The only thing that's important about it is that it's consistently connected to the rest of the graph. That's just for muscle memory. That's for hand-eye coordination. It would be very jarring if you suddenly sped up and suddenly slowed down, which is, by the way, exactly the way that Hunt Showdown has the aiming on console that you probably didn't know about. Um, that in Hunt Showdown they call it extra turning strength. It's essentially bilinear. It's essentially just two line segments where one is steep at the end and one is shallower. And it's like, okay, that's better than nothing, but that's still very jarring. When you make it curved like this, it is very conducive to muscle memory. It's very easy to accommodate, easily remembered, easily developed into skill, into habit, and the easier all of that is, the more invisible it is. The best system that you can make in a game is a system that nobody even like notices, you know? They just feel like they can do anything that they normally would be able to do directly in game. Everything is intuitive. Everything is exactly the way that they would surmise it to be. People don't really understand that. People don't consider that the best way you can make any of this is the least intrusive way. That's the one thing about people talking about mouse and keyboard aiming. It's so easy that it becomes less intrusive just by ease. Even though I find it very immersion breaking because I don't like aiming with a mouse, the ease of it makes up for that. The easier something is, not through assistance, not through synthetic compensation like aim assist, but ease through the system, like through the mechanisms that allow you to do whatever you want to do in game, you know? The more easy that is, the more intuitive it is, the more invisible, the less intrusive it is, the more immersive it is. Anyway, that is why we are seeing a transition towards things like this. It is because like the reason I mention this at all is because it's often named reverse S curve or dynamic, but it's not the S curve that's important. Is That's what I'm ultimately trying to establish here. It's not having two curves that make an S. That's not the important part. The fact that it's curved twice. That has literally nothing to do with anything. The important part is merely the fact that it transitions between lowering the low inputs to raising the high inputs. That's it. It is functionally the same as this, but shrunk down horizontally, squished, like shortened, if you will. And when you shorten it, it appears more responsive purely because you reach the maximum output earlier. You once you get to 80% on the stick, you're already at the max turning speed. So it feels more responsive. It feels like, oh, I'm so fast now because of that. It is, after all, basically just two of these connected. It's two exponential curves connected to each other. But, like, I actually don't know why they included this at all, because it looks like the opposite of this. This is the left-hand section of this, like the left side of this graph, if we divide it down the center, top to bottom, like if we cut it in half, like a left half and a right half, the left half should be mirrored. It should be swooping from the bottom of the graph up, not from like up to the right. And then on the right half of this graph, it should be swooping up and to the right because it's trying to meet the maximum output earlier. It shouldn't be swooping right and up. It should be up and right, like primary primary direction. And again, it tapers at the end, but that taper is not important. Yes, it forms an S. Yes, it's curved, but the fact that it has two curves in it is not important. It's literally just a shortened exponential curve with a few minor differences. Anyway, um, worthy of mention. But the point is that they throw all this effort making different input ratios, different control schemes, custom ones that you can set yourself. Dead zone adjustment that's already on top of dead zone adjustment. For a casual game, like why can Crytek not do that? Why can't they? They've had one game for the last 7 years on console. I guess they made Crisis Remastered, didn't they? But I don't get it, man. It's their main thing. It's it's a competitive game and they're getting beat. They're getting they're getting mogged by a casual game. Then you can further adjust the turn speed, and it's actually properly labeled here as camera speed in y-axis and x-axis. And then it has acceleration and deceleration. If you ask me, acceleration and deceleration are present here for cinematics, but have nothing to do with gameplay. When you turn, it slows down when you let go of the stick for like a second or whatever. I guess I guess it makes it cinematic. It it's less snappy, it's less twitchy, but these are things that you notice in like promotional material, like trailers for the game that feature gameplay, but not things that you notice when you are actually playing the game yourself. So I think we can fully ignore those. But camera speed, it lets you further adjust the camera speed for both characters and for third person and first person. Again, a casual game that doesn't need all of these settings but has them versus a competitive game that needs all of these settings and doesn't have them. This is like again unnecessary. I think on their part maybe they're trying to cater towards people who played the original. Like if you were like an adult in like 1997 when this came out, maybe you play games with inverted y-axis or inverted both axes. Again, you should just learn new skills and stop like Stop telling yourself that, oh, I'm used to this. Like, get used to something worth being used to. But for a casual game, like for the developers, not for you as a player. For the developers, like, I guess, man. Then more settings again for like people, I guess, who are used to that or whatever you wanna lie to yourself about. Camera wobble. It's like, okay, boohoo, you get motion sickness, I guess, or whatever, bro. It's like, I don't know, man. Some people are just fun suckers. They just suck the fun out of everything. Oh, I get motion sickness. It's like, bro, can you enjoy something for once in your life? I find it personally interesting that they said adjusting this setting may help reduce motion sickness, but they didn't specify which direction. Obviously, it reminds you that the default is 10, so there's like one implicit direction that you can move it in if you needed to or wanted to reduce motion sickness. That would be the only direction adjusting it would apply to. But it's just kind of weird that they don't just outright say, like, a lower value will help with motion sickness instead of, like, implying it indirectly. Maybe that's them being Japanese. I don't know. Like, Japanese do refer to things indirectly often. Again, uh, like, I love gyro, but like this is a really bad implementation of it. It should be always on, and it just multiplied with the stick output. So like, if you are if you're just looking around, you can just use the stick, but you can also, if you see someone in a split second, you can move the controller using gyro to move your aim without pressing a special button, without only applying at a certain point because your muscle memory is not gonna it's not gonna like be like, oh well, I'm not aimed yet. Like when you make this motion, let's say you're turning in some direction. I don't care, left or right. You're turning and you see a guy and you go to aim, but he's slightly up or slightly whatever. You're gonna move the thumb first, and then you're gonna move the whole controller to make that small fine adjustment to get a headshot or whatever it is. that's the movement. That's the motion. Your body doesn't like it's not gonna register like, oh well, I can't start moving the whole controller yet because I haven't pressed this button or I haven't, activated it through whatever means yet. You're not you're not gonna remember that. This is why people like accidentally hit things in games because they'll be doing one thing and their muscle memory tells them to do another thing, but the first button they pressed just canceled out the first thing that they were doing. So maybe you're like healing yourself and then someone runs past like in front of you and you go to like reload, but when you press the reload button, all it does is just cancel the healing animation. So now your gun is up, but you only have like one bullet in there, you know? And then now you're sitting there, you're wasting time and you're not reloading or healing. This is why occasionally that happens, but yeah, it's good to have gyro, but bad implementation of gyro is essentially not having gyro. At that point, it's just a novelty. It's nice that they let you adapt the turn speed. That's important no matter what you're using to aim. They have multiple sensitivities. They have multiple settings. And again, casual game, they don't even need this shit. They could easily get away with half of this shit. Meanwhile, Hunt Showdown has less than half of it, and it needs it, and it's hurting badly because it doesn't have it. Nobody gives a fuck that you can make a faster turn speed for the marksman scope and the sniper scope and the fucking the aperture sight. All of that shit is like inconsequential by comparison to having the actual input curve adjustment, like finally not just three archetypes or four archetypes or whatever the fuck. Actually being able to sharpen it and flatten it to make it like steeper of a curve or shallower of a curve, more responsive or less responsive. That is the important shit. They actually flopped on this. I do like how the picture is literally a screenshot, and you can tell because the rain effect, there's different rain droplets. I like that they literally just included like a screenshot. It's not they didn't like superimpose just the heads up display on a black background. They included a full screenshot of just a random moment at the beginning of the game. I think it's kind of endearing and cute and funny and strange. Um, But they lost on this because there's not a small setting. There's standard and large. That's cool if, again, you were an adult in 1997 and you played the original and now you're like, you know, you're 26 plus 3 plus 18. So you're like in your 50s, something along those lines. And, your eyes aren't as good as they were when you're younger. It's nice that they have, you know, that for people who have optical handicaps, just like I have a an occupational handicap, with concerning wrists and stuff. But number one, the best thing would be just straight up HUD scaling. Just make like a sliding scale, like one of these. Oof. Make a sliding scale just like one of these for this setting, and then just make it so that the furthest setting left, 0, makes the heads-up display tiny, and the furthest setting right, 10, makes the heads-up display big, and the default is just in the middle at 5. That would be the best thing that they could have done. I like small heads-up display, and I don't see it on any fucking games. The best thing that games have is auto hide, which is what Hunt Showdown has. That's when you're at full health and um like ammo and stuff like that. It just disappears after like 5 seconds. That's fine, but it's still not like great. I do want to know, like I would prefer to see that I'm at full health rather than it just disappearing and I'm just gonna trust that I'm at full health. It's not that you can't trust it. It's not that like, oh, I'm actually I'm actually at 145. But here's the thing. If you load into a, a match on Hunt Showdown, but you only started with 125, like you didn't have, you're missing a small bar from the menu, it will be invisible. It won't show your health. It'll only show it if you've lost health during the match. So the point of it is just that when I say trust, I mean literally trust because like it is possible for the game to not understand that though you're at your full, like your maximum health, like currently, and your maximum health that you start off with doesn't mean that you're at 150 necessarily. But there's that, and then like I just for consistency's sake, I prefer it to just be always in the same spot, even when it's full. I I would prefer it to not disappear, you know? Yeah, you can see more when it does disappear, but it's like, okay, how much more are we talking? Like, a little bit more? Who gives a shit? And if you let me make it small, it's gonna be even less than a little bit more. So it's like, it's not, it's not a big deal. But having it small in general is a big deal when it is visible, you know, like having a huge HUD. Sure, it'll auto hide eventually when you get to full health, but like how long is that gonna be? You know, you just got shot in the torso by sparks. Your health bar is gonna be on the screen for a little while, and the guy had poison ammo, you know? It's gonna be on screen for a little while. I wish it was just smaller. I think one of the worst games for heads-up display is probably Elden Ring. As soon as someone hits you with like multiple status effects, the center of your fucking screen, where all your attacks are trying to be connected, you know, like the center of your screen where the enemy is supposed to be, where you're trying to pay attention to see if he has like something that he can parry you with, like a dagger or a small shield, that suddenly gets completely covered with the the build-up bars, the meters on like blood loss, frostbite, sleep, any other effects like poison. It's like, bro, how blind are you that you design a fighting game with heads-up display right in the middle that covers like the fight, the fight part of the fighting game. Like, did you really think that people wouldn't notice it enough if you put the build-up bars in like a corner, like the lower right-hand corner or left hand or upper low upper right hand or left hand or whatever, or even just off to one side, right side of the screen, left side, top or bottom. Like you didn't think you thought that people would just suddenly get blood loss and be like, "Oh, I wonder why." There was no indication. I wish there was an indicator. I just couldn't see it. Oh, there was. There was an indicator. It's just it wasn't dead center of the fucking screen, so I couldn't see it. Like, is that is that what you think people are gonna say? It's just horrible, horrible, horrible oversight. Literally like dog shit tier oversight. Like, do you have a brain oversight? Anyway, HUD scaling would have been nice. Even just 3 settings on this would have been better, but HUD scaling would be really nice, and I wish more games had it because I want to know. I want to know how much ammo I have. I want to know how much health I have. I want to know, the other resources and shit. But I want it in as unintrusive of a way as possible. The best example that I have is like in Outlast 2, if you turn if you turn your screen down towards the ground, towards your character's legs, I'm pretty sure you look at your pocket and you can see how many spare batteries you have for the camcorder. So you can see, oh, I have 2 batteries, so I can put a new one in there, and I still have one backup. And then when you're actually looking around, not at your feet, but just playing the game, then there's basically no heads up display at all, because you don't need it. You know, if you need it, if you need to see something like that, you just look down, and then you can see it. Not a dedicated button to look down or turn on the HUD. Not a setting in the menus, but just a fluid action. Doesn't require you to move any, like your thumb off of the stick or anything. Press like a special key. Your hands stay in the same position. Everything stays the same. You just glance at it and check whatever you need to check. That's the closest analog. I don't mind actual meters, like build up bars. I think integrated HUD like that, or like the forest, where your inventory is not a menu, it's a literal it's a literal backpack with a tarp in it, and you put all your shit in the tarp or on top of the tarp. I think that's like, that's optimal, but that's also a lot of effort. I'm okay with the lower effort health bar, stamina bar, ammunition bar. I'm okay with that. That's perfectly fine with me. But please, can we make them smaller? Because, like, I only need to, like, count to, like, 8, you know? I only need to glance at my health to know, oh, I'm at 75. Everything's gonna kill me except for silenced Bornheim, or I guess even regular Bornheim is gonna be 74, and Derringer to like the torso, a single shot. But everything above that's gonna kill me. I only need to see like, oh, I'm at 100. Okay, so like almost everything's gonna kill me. I'm at 125, so I can survive a lot, but like most rifles, almost every rifle is gonna kill me. I don't need it to be huge. I don't need it to be all the way across the bottom of the screen. I don't need it to be tall and wide. Again, this is what I was talking about earlier, with how the best system is one that's invisible, one that is the least intrusive. They make the heads-up display so, like, so like dedicated. Like they give it its own identity. Like in Hunt Showdown, every bullet is like a dot in a circle that represents like a round in a chamber. And it's like, okay, that's fine. It's okay for like games to have like a little tinge of personality. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying that every game should just have a red bar, a yellow bar, and a blue bar, and I never want to see any other HUD besides a red, yellow, and blue bar. I'm not saying that. But consider that you are putting like you're putting a lot of effort into something that is meant to be minimalistic, like something that is better disregarded, you know? You just don't pay it much attention. Something that's supposed to be like ignored most of the time, except for like, that 1 second where you need to know, like, can I peek this window? Can I, you know, do I have enough bullets to kill both of them? It needs to be known. You can't hide it. That would suck. You could theoretically hide it. Again, a lot of these games do allow you to turn the heads-up display off completely, but that's not good either. Again, that's the point of HUD scaling. What I'm saying is that please let people view it, but make it so that they can make it less intrusive on themselves without having to jump to like, oh, now we're in hardcore mode because I just have to guess how much health I have after this fucking dragon hit me. I don't know if I should drink my Estus flask once or twice or not at all, because realistically speaking, a dragon will probably kill you in one hit, whether it's like a landing attack with its like claws, or if it's a biting attack with its head, or if it's a tail whip, like all of those seem like they could kill you. But then you have to think like, okay, well, we know in Elden Ring that the tail is gonna do less damage, and the bite's gonna do like an average amount of damage, and then if it lands on top of you, that's gonna do the most damage. So if it lands on you, you probably gotta drink from your flask. If it tail whips you, maybe you survive without, you know, maybe you don't need a drink. But nobody wants to like guess, just give people the information without being an asshole. So, I mean, we just talked about this, and then like for this type of game, it's like, I understand why people turn these things off, even though it's only like another thing to consider is that this game has so many settings. Hunt Showdown has not enough, and only like 1% of 1% of the people who play Resident Evil will ever turn these off anyway. Like only 1/100% of the player base will ever even fuck with these settings to begin with. So they care so much about their game that they implement settings that only only like a few thousand out of like several million players will ever use. They're basically wasting their time, but they do it for the love of their game, you know? So if you want to be more immersed, if you don't care about seeing these messages, these notification parts of the heads up display, you can turn it off. This one is always so small. Again, I think HUD scaling should just apply to like all of it. But the text here is already small. It's not like it's very intrusive. It certainly doesn't prevent you from doing anything. The fact that it pops up on screen for all of 5 seconds and then disappears. But they let you turn it off just 'cause. Just 'cause they can. Hunt Showdown doesn't let you rebind your keys even if you need to. Let alone if just 'cause you want to. Or just 'cause they can let you do it. I think the screen filters are interesting in an ironic way. I never play with them on. I did, like, try it in Resident Evil 4, but I just tried it for like 5 minutes and then I took it off again. The reason I think that they're interesting in an ironic way is because I think the black and white ones and like the apocalypse, like they're like different color palettes slightly, I guess. And I think these are like gimmicks basically. Like who gives a shit? Maybe maybe one person will like post a playthrough with the filter on and they'll put it in the title or the tag so that other people can find it or something. But like I don't if these disappeared, I don't think anyone would give a fuck. And I can't even guarantee necessarily that there is a playthrough with the screen filter on. I'm just I'm just theorizing. I'm just saying out of everyone and it being such a normie mainstream game, there's got to be at least one, right? Theoretically. It's just conjecture. It's just speculation. Um, but the ironic, interesting part of these is that it, like, to me at least, theoretically, again, you could have a filter where it makes like the lighting darker. So like if you thought, because in this they actually give you a functional flashlight, and I don't think that that's entirely a bad thing. A lot of people will say like, "Oh, well, giving you a dim, flickering flashlight is part of the horror." Well, yeah and no. There's two sides to that. Number one, it's like it is sometimes, not even sometimes, it's oftentimes more frightening to actually see the thing that you're trying to see than not see it. And number two, the reason that like flickering lights and stuff like that are a staple of horror media is really to mask the like quality of the monster costumes like from old movies. The costume is only gonna be so good, you know, like it may look really good, but up close at some level you'll begin to notice the flaws and be like, yeah, it looks like a costume. It doesn't look like a real monster, whatever you perceive a monster would look like in real life. And the dim, flickering lights mask that, you know, like you don't get a good look. You don't get an up close view of it with bright lights on it to see all the exposed flaws. You never get that. You only get glimpses of it. So I don't think it's entirely a bad thing that they give Grace and Leon both functioning flashlights. They didn't just decide, well, Leon is armed to the teeth and he has all this equipment and stuff, so he gets a good flashlight, but Grace is kidnapped, so she's gonna have to like take a lamp off of a desk and then find a battery and like a computer and like pull the wires out and start hot wiring a fucking, you know, and use that as a flashlight. Although I do think that would be funny and interesting and unique. But they don't force you to do that. There is the opening section obviously with the Zippo lighter, and that is like sort of unique. I think the primary reason that they did that was to show off the graphics because you can see the flame and it looks very realistic. It's not like I, I would personally call it hyper realistic, but I think that doesn't meet a lot of people's standards for what hyper realistic is. Um, but it's far from like stylized. It's far from like a Zippo lighter in a game from like 5 years ago, or even like 3 years ago. It's very good graphically. I think that was the primary reason, and obviously the secondary reason is like they don't want to give you everything, you know, right off the bat, and that part is kind of used in some of the promotional material, and that's kind of like the hook, you know, for the game. Like that's the that's the part near the introduction that's supposed to hook you on and like, oh, now I'm so like I'm so into it, you know, grab your attention. Again, I don't think it's a bad thing to have a functioning light, but I think you can do both, you know? And I think that's what they did a little bit here. Not a lot, because she gets a flashlight pretty quickly. And again, it actually works. It's not like other games where like your flashlight's really weak. Like Phasmophobia, your tier 1 flashlight is really bad, and then the tier 3 one is like acceptable. But to land this airplane, I think the interesting and ironic part about this is that if they would open it up to like more options or allow like community filters, like mods. Obviously, the PC version you can fucking use whatever filter you want because there's like third-party programs that will filter on top of your games. But if they open this up in an official manner, then you could have like a dark filter. You know, you could just say like, well, the game would be a lot scarier if there was just a little bit less light in these dark basements and stuff like that. It's like someone could make that. But obviously, no matter what, it is just a filter, so it's not gonna be game changing. I just think it's slightly interesting, slightly more than a gimmick if they did that. The way it is currently with just like these two that they give you on top of the default, I don't think that is interesting at all. I think that's a waste of effort. They let you fuck with this shit, and they have in previous games. It's not the first one where you can turn this shit off. When we were looking at the sensitivities, Resident Evil 4 has a couple of so-called sensitivity settings, but not nearly as many as this. Not even like half as many as this game. And that's what I was saying. Like, Resident Evil 4 came out in 2024. It's 2026 now, so within 2 years, they added way more sensitivity settings, and Hunt Showdown in 7 years can't add like more than fucking like four, really? I like that you can change these, but it's not a big deal. Maybe it would be if I was like colorblind or something. They fucked they fucked this one up. Sound for reverberation and object-based audio, and maybe the 3D audio. And no, it's not because I had it set to TV. Although just for curiosity, maybe see what it's like this way. But they fucked this up in the main story. By the first puzzle, there's two balconies, and there's a singer on one balcony, and there's another like adjacent balcony right next to it, and the sound from the singing zombie goes through the hallway instead of from one balcony to the other, just across the air. It's not like I don't think I can I can go over there to show the area, but I don't think it would even pick up on stream and stereo. Like I could maybe like spin to try and fucking show it. Um, maybe I will do that. I don't know, but they fucked that shit up. Let's play a little. Alright, so one of the first things that you notice is that Leon's gun is at the high ready right now. Alright. So
Excuse me.
in Hunt Showdown, your weapons are.
Get Brentwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement.
Alright, so in Hunt Showdown, your weapons are in the load ready. They're down to the left. Muscle-wise. But
Alright.
Leon's a little bit old-fashioned. He always does the high ready, even though
So sad.
close, Loki. I always shot the girl. Anyway,
Gotta hurry.
Loki, maybe I should fucking do that. Anyway, I'm kind of sleepy at this point. I'm not trying to make
I don't have time for this. I'm so sick of this shit. Let's make this quick. Was that it?
Obviously, like,
I don't have time for this.
obviously when you turn around and stuff and you actually have a body that moves, you know, you're Leon or Grace, whoever you're controlling. That stuff is really nice. I mean, I wish that was in on Showdown, but that's not easy to implement. I'm not asking or expecting anything like that
Can't let him get away.
to make it, you know.
Can't let him get away.
The fuck? I see fucking shit right there, bro. I can't get that. Let's see some of these. Another thing that would be nice is the parry system. I've said this before. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of ways to implement it in Hunt Showdown because it already has everything like laid out. You know, like there's not.
We gotta hurry.
Anyway, there's not a lot of shit that you can do without, like, you know, basically making Hunt Showdown 2, you know, basically making a sequel to the game.
Excuse me. Can't let him get away. Out of my way.
I hate getting that one early. I want to get that one at the end, like, the boss fight. what else? What else are we talking about? The animations are really good. I like that there's dedicated like heavy attack and there's light attack as well. Um, I like that it staggers enemies to hit them with melee because one of the most annoying things in like Resident Evil 2 and 4 is that um, not every attack will stagger them. I'm pretty sure, at least, if I remember correctly, is that you can stagger enemies with like the knife in 4 and 2, but it takes like more than one.
Never a dull day.
It takes more than one stab, and it's kind of, I mean, I say it takes in the sense like it's random. So like you could stagger on one, but like you're not likely to do it. You're more likely to do it on like second or third or fourth. And the most fucking annoying thing in that game, besides just the way that they force you to use this, they call it sub-weapons in general. You have to hold down the button, whereas in this game you can just press the right trigger without aiming and you'll swing the axe instead. The most annoying thing is that you'll be like trying to save ammo, stabbing the hell out of some zombie.
Damn, they brought in big guns.
And the zombie will fucking grab you because it doesn't get staggered by like your first or second stab. Super duper annoying. So now you've lost health, you like used a lot of your knife durability because when you do a counterattack it uses way more knife durability than just stabbing with it like normally.
Okay.
Felt that one, huh?
Obviously the quad loading and stuff is a good touch. They actually, paid attention to the way that serious people use guns. Like, just did a press check just because I pressed reload and we're already maxed out. I don't know why we're maxed out at 10 on double stack 9mm, but we are.
Give me a goddamn break.
I don't give up that. Catch.
That's not a lot of damage.
Felt that one, huh?
I do really like those as well. I don't know how to
Too old
like
for this.
really I think it's just a chance base, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there's a way to consistently... I don't think there's a way to consistently do those kinds of things, but
Not bad.
I do like that. We have an abundance of time. For the most part, I don't really run out of time on my first run, but that's obviously not the same. We're playing the rank 2, which is presumably more difficult or something.
I don't give up that easy.
Can't see that fucking thing from here. Forgot it was up there. I thought it was... Fucking hit it from this one angle. Thing is cute.
God damn it. Damn it.
I don't want to use that right now. Bro, what? Roger marks.
Too old for this.
Yeah, we might actually fucking run out of time now. That's okay. This was fucking hanging out.
God damn it.
What is this? I guess they are fucking very strong in the second rank. They have a lot of health.
Never a dull day.
Give me the goddamn book.
I like that you can't the weapons, obviously. When you fire them,
Fill this up.
like, quickly from pulling them up. But...
Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Yeah, I like that you can't the weapons when you use them rapidly after aiming. Punch Showdown does this a little
You felt that one, huh?
I'm gonna die. Oh, I'm gonna run out of fucking time, actually. I think this is kind of not paying off. We don't have another slot to really use.
I'm so sick of this shit.
Uh-oh. Yeah. I like that you wave them around. You can see all
They're
of
bringing
your,
the buck
like,
down.
you know, your hands-on physics and whatnot. But
Yeah,
that's
he's
not
the one to thank
plausible
for all the excitement.
to implement. I like that, you know, you hold your weapons different orientations based on, like, you know, the cover that's available. Sometimes it fucks up and thinks the cover's not the right thing. But, you know, it's nice that they tried.
All right. I don't have time for this. I gotta hurry.
Getting grabbed very often. They're usually in front of you, I guess. On this one, there's a lot of them behind you. On the second right.
Brentwood locked down.
Mind you,
Is it
I have
something
not
to do with
played
Victor?
in,
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the
I'll play
excitement.
really much of anything on the weekdays. Also, I didn't clear. Anyway.
Never that day.
Fuck, like,
God
yeah,
damn it.
this guy is like literally in the crowd or some shit. I never see him. What the fuck?
Excuse me.
Like, I hear one behind me right now.
I gotta hurry.
Like, over there somewhere.
I don't have time for this. I gotta hurry. Out of my way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Some of them are like laying down. That's what the monkey where that monkey guy came from.
Let's make this quick. All right.
Holy hell, what the fuck? There's so many of them.
Okay.
We can take these ones out and get fucking no.
And let him get away.
We can get a gun if we fucking kill them.
Excuse me.
Get some ammo.
I don't have time for this.
Okay. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, just that. No, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, now I. Okay. Okay. Now I did, yes. At least we're getting that challenge. Die 3 times. Or I guess it was failed. The other one might count. What was I fucking saying? Oh, what the fuck? I don't know if we should kill those or not. There's a lot of aspects to Resident Evil 9 that I understand are not gonna come into other games. And
He's the one who caused all the
not gonna come
excitement.
into, I give them a passing recognition, you know, but I'm not like
Never a dull day.
I'm not gonna make a
Out of my way.
I do really like this
Shit.
system of combat. Like,
Excuse me.
in general, but also there's a few things like
Let's make this quick.
a few things.
God damn it. I gotta hurry. I'm getting too old for this.
Relatively
God damn it.
Alright. What I was saying is that in fucking Resident Evil 4, I'm pretty sure if you execute a fucking finishing move on someone, the other zombies will not grab you, but in this game they will grab you, which is definitely an improvement. I always thought it was cheesy that you can just like catch the prompt
Out of my
and then
way.
magically have like 3 seconds of iframes. I like, you know,
Okay, that's it.
I like the way that the combat transitions from where the fuck is this? I like the way that the combat transitions between
Okay.
and melee, which is something it has in common with Hunt Showdown. It's not one-to-one, it's very different. And I like Resident Evil's better, actually. But, asterisk, yeah, I think that one's plausible because you like run up to him. It's a kick. Over. But, this like fairly. Alright, just lost a little bit of health. But I think just trying to fish for the prompt and then having to survive for it is not ideal.
We gotta hurry.
Thought I heard some closer here, but I guess not. Can't put those down. Really important.
Never a dull day.
Get that liver son.
Okay.
Gotta loot faster. I forget where everything was first time I played this. First two times. Anyway, yeah, I think the transitions between like melee and
Give me a goddamn break.
melee and you know, firearms is just better in Resident Evil than it is
Felt that one, huh?
in Showdown. But have to fucking itch my nose. But things are not set in stone. That's the point. Is that Hunt Showdown could improve its melee stuff and gun stuff with the aiming. Um, Particularly what I suggested in the past is that if you do a melee attack in Hunt Showdown, someone else does a melee attack, rather than trading with each other, it could just like cancel out the damage and whichever one hits harder could do overflow damage. So like if you swing at someone with the bat and you do a heavy attack but he does a light attack, heavy attack is like one is it 150 on the dot or is it like 160 or something? And then the light attack with the bat is like 90. Maybe those are old numbers. They did change them. But you know, one of you survives and the other one, well, I guess you both survive. You both survive. But one of you doesn't take any damage and one of you takes like 50 damage, and then you're still alive, which is much more interesting than like trading and then you're like very low on health and you just get killed by some random dude or his teammate. Or even worse instances where you like have
I don't give up that easy.
fucking hell. Did I just die? I just died, bro. Yeah, I fucking died. I fucking got shot like 1,000,000 times. Shouldn't go there unless we find the shotgun. He has armor everywhere.
Get Renwood locked down.
Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement. Okay. God damn it. I'm getting too old for this.
Kind of neat, yeah.
Excuse me.
Bro, get the fuck out of the way! That's just me being awkward. Ready for the lunge distance.
Gotta hurry.
I shouldn't have reshuffled when I got that health.
Let's make
See
this
if they
quick.
just straight up kill us, I mean, or... Ammo.
You gotta hurry. I don't
Killed
know.
the other red one. Oh, I should have. I fucking shouldn't do that. I do that from the single player, hitting them with the axe, but I can't. I can't resharpen the axe in this one. You need the. Like it's a finite resource. You should do that. Okay. That. I should use the X prompt. But let me think. I should go to the other. I haven't even been to the like the care center or anything. I don't know.
All right.
The point was really just that they improved, like, you know, using just R2 to use your sub weapon, your melee weapon, over Resident
Never a
Evil
dull
2,
day.
where you have to pull it out to use it first, and it forces you to walk instead of like being able to run and then stab something really quick. They improved that shit. Resident Evil 2 remake came out in 2020 or 2021 or something, I think. Pretty sure. Maybe 2020? Pretty sure. I don't know. I can't remember. But they improve all this shit for a casual game, a single player game. Again, while I'm sure kind of quits out on the.
Felt that one, huh?
Kind of annoying.
Give me a goddamn break.
Like, they don't have to add, you know, like gyro and shit into like games like these, especially games that kind of appeal to an older audience. Dang it. Die. Yeah. Bro. Let's go to a different area. I can't believe I died like fucking 3 times. Immediately. Oh. Let's go to the care center. Grab some stuff.
Get Brentwood locked down.
Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah.
Okay,
He's the
so
one to thank for all the excitement.
I don't know, it's like, kind of really annoying.
Shit.
Quality of life, of update shit for Hunt Showdown anymore. It's not very polished on console at all.
Excuse me.
You know, let alone. Let alone
Fuck. Let's make this quick. I don't have time for this.
let alone overall, they could add a lot of those things to PC Hunt Showdown, you know? It's not like holding to reload versus fucking
I gotta hurry.
and tapping to interact. The way it currently is, where you hold to interact and you press to reload, but sometimes you press to interact as well, and it's just like a mess of like both systems. That can be added to PC, not exclusive to console.
I gotta hurry. Can't let him get away.
Maybe use the same a little bit quieter. No, maybe not. I don't know.
I don't have time for this.
Honestly, let's just go back to the same one. We got better guns. Grab the ammo. The guy with the fucking M14. Where the fuck is this? But anyway, instead of like you have a fucking cavalry saber, another guy has a machete, and you just trade with each other. Instead, have it so that you know, the damages cancel each other. Anything that overflows from stronger weapon afflicts, you know, the receiving person.
Never a dull day.
So Cav Saber is more damage than I should use the quick turn. I should actually start using it. Any overflow, you know, affects the person receiving the overflow. Honestly,
I don't give up that easy.
Fuck. No. I don't understand. Oh, this guy's not weak to melee, that's fucking sure.
Stuff's not bad.
He's not really weak to that either, though. Oh, he's like headshot only or something.
You felt that one, huh?
Stop wasting his ammo.
Give me a goddamn break. I don't give up that easy.
Felt that one, huh?
I gotta downgrade. And it.
Okay. Give me a goddamn break. Getting too old for this. Oh, damn it.
Yeah. It is not good enough to do that. I did get lucky with it though. It's good. Strong gun. It's still gonna do like.
Get Brentwood locked down.
What? Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement. Okay. All right. Excuse me. I gotta hurry. Out of my way. I don't have time for this. Excuse me.
I think we can get one gun with that.
I gotta hurry. All right. Fuck. Let's make this quick. Out of my way. Excuse me. I don't have time for this.
Let's do a picture. Okay, so this system with the weapons is way superior to the showdown.
Can't let him get away.
Yes, I can. Why can't I?
Can't let him get away.
What the fuck? Why not? Okay. Maybe I can go to those ones though. But yeah, this system is way superior to the radial weapon wheel. Radial menus are functional, but
Can't let
not
him get away.
like not fast enough for combat, and in my opinion, if you don't have nobody cares. What the fuck? If it's not fast, it's not effective in combat, and if it's not effective in combat, then it needs to be a non-combat fucking weapon wheel. Like it has to have stuff that's like totally unrelated, like a key to enter somewhere or something, you know, like it can't be like bandages, like hive bomb, dynamite. It can't be that shit. That is necessary to pull out real quick. It's not good enough. It has to be quicker. The system where you press it once for the first equipment, you press twice, or double press if you're not on that thing already, is way better. This is the balcony I was talking about. I don't think that you can.
Out of my way.
I don't think you can perceive it. Maybe you can a little bit. It's clearly coming out the left side, even though it should be straight.
Excuse me. I don't have time for this.
Oh fuck, I forgot to use that. I first thought this was a puzzle. Not relevant to it. I don't know where we're going because I never have come here before with Leon in this mode.
Never a dull day.
That would totally fuck
Should
up
be
your
upstairs.
shit. I know. I think it's like I know people think.
Gotta hurry.
Actually, they do, but why do you have fucking bone saw?
Out of my way. not good. Excuse me. You gotta hurry. I don't have time for this.
Shit, this fucking takes the longest time. What the fuck?
That did it. Out of my way.
Holy fuck, they almost kill you in one fucking shot. Bro, what the fuck? Can you parry them? No. I don't know if you can parry them. What is it called? Yeah, so this system with the whole...
Get ready
I
to
mean,
lock down.
just think of this.
Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the savage.
On console. On console. Up is alt fire, so that will swap weapon, or not. It'll swap ammunition types. So if you have split ammo, it will also, you know, do all your other things like clear jams if you're using the Maxim gun. And it'll spin the shredder if you are using the shredder saw blade crossbow. And then down is for like proxy chat and team chat toggling. And then left and right is your hotkeys for 2 pieces of equipment, and the rest of your equipment is relegated to the weapon wheel. And no, you cannot pull it up fast. Like, you can pull up the weapon wheel fast, but you can't like swap the hotkeys fast. It takes a second to rebind them. This system is way, way better, and not only is it, like, better, but, like, you could even make it a hybrid with the Hunt Showdown system. You could easily have 2 left and right, like, instead of just having 2 tools or consumables with left and right. You'd have 4 by double pressing right, double pressing left, and then single pressing right or left. Then you'd only have 4 things that you take longer to access, and quite frankly, that's close enough for me. Usually, like, I care about having just access to a couple more things than it is right now. Like right now, if I press left, which is actually square for me, I pull out my medkit. So I want to be able to pull out medkit and stop bleeding even when I'm at like 5 health. If I press right, I pull out something to light people on fire. So flare pistol or fusees. But sometimes it's a third weapon. I just consider that a utility slash third weapon because you can use it on red barrels. But if I have a Derringer on that loadout, or if I have penny shot, or if I have something else that's critical, like blank fire decoys, I will use that because I would rather pull out blank fire decoys really quick to throw them to get someone to, you know, look away from me. Then go into the weapon wheel, select them, throw them, and then swap back. I'd rather just 3 buttons, pull out, throw, swap back to gun, then weapon wheel, select with right stick, let go of weapon wheel to confirm the selection, then throw, then press triangle to swap back to a gun. And also when you're under pressure, you can't really finely select like 10 pieces of equipment because for some reason they decided to include the guns on the weapon wheel. Like, yes, weapon wheel, guns are weapons, but you don't need the fucking wheel when you just press triangle and it will swap and it'll cycle between your primary weapon and secondary weapon. Just back and forth. Which, by the way, is the same idea as pressing right here in Resident Evil 9 twice. Or left twice. Or down twice. It's the same thing as pressing triangle twice to get to your other gun. Once you press triangle once already. Same exact thing. They don't implement it though for reasons unknown. Anyway, you could easily do it without changing the other buttons. Or you could have a Alt key where you press right and hold it down, and then you press any other key and it brings up a piece of equipment that is tied to that combination. So you press and hold right, and then you press triangle and it brings out hive bombs. You press right and you press X and it brings out dynamite, you know. You press right, hold it down, and you press circle, it brings out your medkit. You know, you could bind it to different things. Anything would be better than the current system, but of course, after a few years, they're just like, nah. Why give people options Whereas in this game, they're like, we'll give people options just because we can.
All right. Out of my way.
No, not that one.
I don't have time for this. I gotta hurry. Well, fuck. Let's make this quick. Getting too old for this.
And this game also allows collaterals for guns besides specialty weapons. Ironically, got first collateral in on Drone today, but point.
Out of my way. Never a dull day. Excuse me. All right. I don't have time for this. I gotta hurry. Out of my way. I don't have time for this.
I don't know if y'all like that one, but I don't really fuck with that one.
All right. It should be upstairs. I gotta hurry. Excuse me.
Inevitably need to,
I'm so sick of this shit.
this is a good run.
Not bad.
I think we inevitably need to, like, line those ones up and kill them if you come this way, because, like, you basically need a rifle.
Excuse me.
Come this way, they just follow you and clog the hallway.
Out of my way.
wasted a lot of green herbs my first playthrough because I don't realize the like economy of them. I thought like using 2 is like good, but it works out to be like the fuck? Can't pick that up. It works out to be something like using 1 gives you like 30% of your health. Using 2 gives you like 60. Or using 1 gives you like 25. Even. And using 2 gives you like 60, and then using 3 obviously gives you 100. So and you gain a lot. It's not like additive.
All right.
The flaming kicks are kind of good.
I don't have time for this. I gotta hurry.
Bro, what the fuck is this? What the fuck?
Okay.
That was weird. auto sorted without fucking putting it in there.
I gotta hurry. Never a dull day.
Bro, what? Fuck? What the fuck is hanging?
I gotta hurry. Out of my way. Excuse me. I don't have time for this.
I don't think this one is actually that important. I'm blind as fuck. Where is this go to? Commander.
All right. Excuse me. Out of my way. I don't have time for this. so sick of this shit.
Oh, I'm discarding them without fucking getting any health. Low on health anyway.
I gotta hurry.
Need another slot.
Out of my way. Never a dull day.
What the fuck? Got that one.
Okay.
Fuck.
I'm so sick of this shit.
Didn't mean to reload that. I was trying to get rid of it. I don't think we can get the ammo that we left. If we can get it.
I don't have time for this. All right.
Wait.
All right.
I feel like I shouldn't. I don't know.
Okay. Never a dull day. All right. I don't give up that easy.
Don't like any of these. That might be useful though for later.
Gonna fill this up. Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack.
Out. Huh.
built for this.
What the fuck? Why hit me?
Give me a goddamn.
What the frick? That didn't give me anything. That gave me nothing.
Not bad. I don't give up that easy.
What the fuck? It doesn't do anything. Why?
Felt that one, huh? Give me a goddamn break.
I don't give up that easy.
Oh great, now the fucking fire is gonna hurt me. Shit.
Give me a goddamn break.
Okay, that's it. No. Not bad.
See, now I feel bad.
All right.
I gotta fucking.
All right.
Real quick. Let me get back here. Gotta at least grab this, if not.
Felt out. Huh.
You all want a piece.
Try not to die.
Give me a goddamn break. Felt out. Huh.
Here you go. Give me a goddamn break. I gotta hurry. Never a dull day.
Okay.
Spencer, I will see. That it is brought to fruition.
And how many more will have to die for that vision?
It seems your skills have diminished. Sacrifices must be made. In the grand scheme of things, a few lives.
Not to me. I swore that I'd always protect those lives.
Still trying.
Open your eyes. Humanity. Is full of ruin. Imbecile. They need me. A leader to guide them. Into a glorious new future.
So I have the fucking
Humanity is far more capable than you realize. They don't want your leadership.
the fuck?
Future!
Seems you're reaching your limit.
I fucking carried the...
I will not let those ideals win. Give it up!
Still trying. Now or never. Still trying. Give me the goddamn... That's it. Give me the goddamn... Still trying. Okay, that's it.
Oh, bro, I fucking ran out of time. Fuck. I knew that was fucking bad. God damn it.
Get Brentwood locked down.
Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement. Never a dull day. Excuse me. Out of my way. You gotta hurry. Excuse me. Let's make this quick. All right. We gotta hurry. Out of my way. Can't let him get away. I don't have time for this.
Where that fight? The ore spinner.
I gotta hurry. Excuse me.
So you should be hearing him straight across there, but you only hear him out the left side stereo. Because they mapped the audio.
Out of my way.
Based on like the actual like floor. So the audio from here goes through here and around there instead of just going straight here.
I gotta hurry. I don't have time for this. I gotta hurry.
Score is so good. Like, the parts actually disintegrate. Things don't just like explode in like a fountain.
Never a dull day. Out of my way. Excuse me. I don't have time for this. Out of my way. Okay. All right. I don't have time for this. I gotta hurry.
Still not using the fucking turn.
Excuse me. All right.
try to be a little bit quicker. I actually think
Okay.
guerrilla fighting the more, I guess like
All right. Give me a goddamn break. I don't give up that easy. Felt that one, huh? God damn it. Felt that one, huh? I don't give up that easy.
who would win? A perfect run or just like a purple zombie?
Get ready to lock down.
What? Is it something with Victor?
Yeah. He's the one to thank for all the excitement. All right. Out of my way. God damn it. So sick. Gotta hurry. Excuse me. Fuck. Let's make this quick. I don't have time for this. All right. Excuse me. I don't have time for this. Getting too old for this. Out of my way. Excuse me. Gotta hurry. I don't have time for this. Out of my way. Gotta hurry. Excuse me. Out of my way. I don't have time for this. Out of my way. All right. Excuse me.
Nope. No. Fuck. Alright, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna give it.
They bring we locked down.
Is it something to do with Victor?
Yeah,
Try it though.
he's the one to thank for all the excitement. I don't have time for this. I gotta hurry. Shit. Excuse me. Out of my way.
These two really help with the boss.
Fuck. Let's make this quick. I gotta hurry. Excuse me. Never a dull day. Out of my way.
Peculiar.
All right. I gotta hurry. Excuse me. I don't have time for this. Okay. Out of my way. I'm so sick of this. Excuse me. I gotta hurry. You all want a piece. Out of my way. I don't have time for this. Excuse me. All right. Never a dull day.
I'm not gonna fight him with only a shotgun.
All right.
We'll go over there
All right. Okay. never a dull day. Felt that one, huh? Okay. Give me a goddamn break. I don't give up that easy. All right.
What did I get? What did I get? One.
Start. Gotta fill this up. Let me guess. You must be the town lumberjack. Give me a goddamn break. I don't give up that easy.
There's no fucking way to repair this.
Give me a goddamn break. give up that easy. Give me a goddamn break. So sick of this shit.
Bro, what the fuck? No way you just killed me. God. Picks it up in the animation, I shoot him, he doesn't stagger or anything.